Hello, hello. It is I, Cheese Louise, and today we're gonna play some Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're not gonna play some, we're gonna start it, because I haven't started it yet. Let's go. Button. Yo, I found my downloadable content. Like, I think I got some free costumes for buying the game new or something. Oh. It's a little quiet though, huh? There we go. That should be a little better. Volume check, volume check. Yo, I want to see the special contents. I don't know why, because I haven't played this game before. I don't know nothing about it. I want to see my alternate outfits. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know who Iris is, but okay, so the alternatives are kind of like steampunk. Or in his case, he goes from steampunk to Japanese. Interesting, interesting. Outfits are only available for use in Great Ace Attorney 2. Oh. I mean, I guess, like, for the sake of mixing it up? I don't know. We'll see. We'll keep that in mind for later. And I doubt I have anything else unlocked, so. Alright. So this is actually two games. This is two Ace Attorney games together. But we're going to start with the first one because we're not stupid.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
What?
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Bro, you can't be holding the gun. You fool. I can't believe we're playing as a murderer. Just kidding. I know, we've seen... It's happened before in Ace Attorney where we see the person holding the gun after someone's killed, but they're not actually the killer. The last case of Ace Attorney 1 comes to mind. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate, my orange fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Okay, so it's the same last name as Phoenix Wright. Because Phoenix Wright's Japanese name is Naruhodo. I forget what his first name is. I think I'll just call him Ryu for short. Ryonosuke is too long for my English-speaking brain. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yumei University. A few days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Ooh. Those fighting words. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. Oh, we a yelly boy. We're Apollo. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Kazuma. That'll be an easy name to remember. I just have to think of Konosuba, and then I can think of Kazuma. There you go again, apologizing. Is he like our senpai at Lawyer Academy? Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. He's your defense attorney, man. I could never murder someone. And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. I mean, I believe you. I know you're innocent. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. Am I saying that right? Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Oh, not our senpai, he's just our BFF. Also in his second year at Yume University. He's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified... hey! I didn't press the button. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. Yo, we're like the forefathers of Japanese lawyers. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said the exact same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad. Oh, gosh dang it. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have to acknowledge my academic achievements and successes in court. Yo, I wish real lawyers wore bandanas like that. That'd be awesome. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. And that's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. You know, I was really hoping this would be fully voice acted. The heart of the British Empire? I wish I could see it too. I guess then I wouldn't be doing much as a streamer, would I? I would just be watching it and delivering the occasional commentary. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. That's a weird way to refer to it. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. Huh. I can't say I've ever done that, or had someone else do that, where you're eating together at a restaurant or cafe, and one person's just like, nah, I just want to sit here and chill. You go on ahead. Like, we always leave together. What? No. I'm sure it happens, but it just seems a little strange to cheese. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. Stop raising death flags. Yours or mine? Probably yours. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Who be? Oh. Elle, that's our assistant girl. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You know, usually Ace Attorney games are better about this, where once they show up on screen, even if we don't know their name, it'll say like old man or something instead of question marks. I think I prefer that over question marks. Sorry, Fatamaru made me like extra averse to people's names being question marks. Ugh, I got tired of it. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? Gosh, why's my throat all... It's okay, I got cough drops. I know why, because I had stupid pastaroni for dinner, and that always clogs up my throat, and I usually don't notice because I don't have to talk very much after dinner, except these days I do because I'm a streamer now. Oh, mom, yum. Sorry, I keep coughing into the mic. But with the cough drop, I should be able to stop. Apologies. I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I still feel like I'm saying that wrong. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. I will not look at you. This is awkward. Oh, I guess I will look at you. Hello, if I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. Oh gosh, I can't handle 4-syllable Japanese names. Make my brain go poof. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotaba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected, you are unaware of this. Look, man, I'm on trial for murder. I think there's already enough stakes. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? Well, you see, governments tend to suck. The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear, I'm not a murderer. Wait a minute. I just realized something. What? Never mind. I'll deal with that later. I made a separate scene for this game, but I guess I never actually added the logo to it. Oopsie daisy. Yeah, it's not important. It doesn't matter. It's only for my own convenience. I'm not sure that's true, nevertheless. Wait, what's true? I distracted myself. Oh, what the heck? I can assure you that proving our innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. Maybe you should tell me so I can mentally prepare myself? I guess I'm not the lawyer. Not yet, at least. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. Wait, what? I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. That would... What do you take me for? Are you the killer, Miko Toba? Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our... Okay, is that serendipitous? Is that how it's spelled? Our serendipitous discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Swoosh. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. That seems a little worse, actually. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. Are we gonna be our own lawyer? 22nd November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Oh, yeah, me too, bud. So, this is a courtroom. It's got such twitchy eyes. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. By the way, I have like a cut on my tongue right now. So I am having a little bit of trouble speaking. So if I flub too many words, that's why. I don't much like the looks of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, would someone explain anything to me? No, we're planning on showing, not telling. Now sit down. You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh my god. Ye old pain. Ye old judge. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
He's a pain. Look at him. That's his voice. He has to. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to a trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obligated to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? Ah. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I say? I feel like that's a trap. I don't trust that guy. He doesn't care about our well-being, and he doesn't trust us. We're gonna wait and see. Kazuma's the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. If I said I do, that would be tantamount to lying. And I've been accused of murder, for goodness sake. This is no time for lies. Try to stop fidgeting, Ryunosuke. It's distracting. But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's... Oh! I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Alright, I guess we're gonna do it anyway. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... what? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. Yeah, look, I made the... I picked wait and see. He did it himself. You think I won't be able to get you off? Okay. No, it's not that really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Tisk. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Hmm? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all.
That's the Phoenix face.
In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. The fact that it took a whole hour to make a 10-second video saddens me. Yeah, it's like that. I don't know what you're talking about, but it'd be like that.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, he must have perpetrated the most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. It's not even a good video? If you say so. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Wow. Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What exactly does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes, tutorials. Got it. Kindly state before the court what the name of the victim... The name of the victim in this case. That's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. Ugh, I'm so nervous, I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I'm trying, man. You still won't let me. I just have to press R for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. It's a list of evidence. This is a list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people with R. To find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. Alright. Kazuma Asogi, 23, a second year at the Imperial Yamei University. He's my best friend, and despite being a qualified defense lawyer as well. Yujin Mikotoba, medical school professor at the Imperial Yamei University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. He did it. Takatsuchi Ouchi. No pain pun. Think about your descendants. Gaspin Payne and Winston Payne. And there's a third one, I think. Ah, boo, no pain pun. The lead prosecutor of this case,
would appear to have little love for the changes the Culture Reformation has brought about. Yeah, he's 51. He would be like that. John H. Wilson, 42, 47. The victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Umeå University from the British Empire. You killed a foreigner, man? So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record and press X to present. Try it now.
Yes!
I'm trying. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Umeå University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. Is this post World War II? Ah man, Cheese doesn't know his history. I don't know when this is. It has to be longer ago than that, right? I don't know. Knock knock. This is the United States. Open the country. Stop having it be closed. That's all I can think of. Because they just said they recently opened their borders, right? But I guess that's, that would be pre-World War I then? Hmm. So like late 1800s, I think? Maybe? There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Umeå University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Spelled honor wrong. You spelled honor the British way, which is wrong. But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. Humph. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? And for some reason that couldn't be explained to me before the trial started? Sorry, got some stuff caught in my throat. Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. Why are they not putting periods after doctor? But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. By the way, this game was originally on the 3DS, so It's also a visual novel, so don't get too salty over the lack of overly fancy graphics.
The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death.
University collar pin. Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. Postmortem report. I swear on me mum if this thing gets updated. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by a loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Cause of death. Well, obviously that was,
Ryonosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence.
By evidence? But how?
Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now!
Yes!
Yes! Well... according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the postmortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The postmortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
Oh, so our autopsy reports are way less reliable now.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern the scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record.
The photographic print of the victim has been entered in the court record. Alright, photograph of victim. A photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. Okay. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible.
Very well. I'm satisfied with your answer. You're not completely incompetent. Let's proceed. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then? Alright, so the killer is either... It's either Yujin Mikotoba or it's whoever this first witness is. I think it may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Well, if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Yeah, that's constantly waving, huh? Where's the wind coming from? Retour. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Whoa! Coughing up blood ain't cool. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants. An Occidental eatery 3 days ago. Occidental? Words? Relating to countries of the West. A native or inhabitant of the West. Okay. Huh. It's weird that this is the first Japanese game I've seen that word used in. Interesting. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits with my memory of it, too. There's hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes! Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But... the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryonosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. Yeah, cross-examination is at the end of the testimony, not in the middle of it. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with the gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryonosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello... Oh, a woman. There was a woman sitting opposite of him at the table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? We're gonna wait for a cross-examination. I desperately want to say something, but I told not to interject. Ryonosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I never have got into Yume University otherwise. But you can't always follow the rules in life, you know? If you don't say what you want to right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget the piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Yes! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Attention!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard of court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Waiter's business card has been entered to the court record. Waiter's business card that... Sir! Stop. The head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant's layout, is on in the back. Oh, we're gonna flip that card around and find something incriminating. So, the court has now heard the precis of the case. Precis? Precis, a summary or abstract of a text or speech. Yeah, alright. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It seems we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. Wait. The whole premise of the current argument is that I was the only person there, and yet you're gonna tell me that other people were there witnessing it? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. What do you think I should do, Cosmo? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryonosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Yeah, get him, Kazuma. Oh, magnifying glass, huh? Can I can't flip it over? Alright, we have to wait for the story to tell us to flip it over. It's fine. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchie. Ouchie! Oh my god, it is a pain pun. Ouchie. Oh my god. Prosecutor Ouchie, please continue with proceedings. Tisk. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well, officer. Or very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. The guy on the left looks like the guy from Atlantis, the Lost Empire. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir, the great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Kurikuta, at your service. Oh, Curio. Okay. That's a fun name. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with the interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
What is he even saying? Okay, it's not just me.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying.
He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnaval. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. Obviously targets Le Carnaval because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. There's so many fancy words being thrown around today. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, a sergeant looks like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. What? Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative!
The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner on what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed... What? What was that sound? It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir.
This man's as impossible to understand as the other.
Okay, so it wasn't game. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during the last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead.
Yes.
Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable?
If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start.
Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. He has a baby on him? There's a baby behind his back. That's what those ties are. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir.
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. What?
Cover your ears, children.
Acerbic.
Acerbic. Especially of a comment or writing style, sharp and forthright, tasting sour or bitter. Huh. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. That's absolutely a contradiction. Sir, I know I'm not cross-examining you yet, sir. Sir, I did not shoot him in the back. It's impossible. Oh. Combined with, bullet did not pass through the body, sir. Alright, I already know where the contradiction is.
I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
So usually when I play Ace Attorney games, I press everything before I try to present any evidence, but I think if I'm streaming the game, I'll probably go straight to presenting the evidence if I know where it is. Hold on. Oops, I forgot that I didn't make that loop. My dad called. He was late to call me on my birthday, but he just called me to wish me a happy birthday. So, sorry about that. I don't talk to him very often, so I had to talk for a little bit. But I did cut it short, just for you guys. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryonosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. Always a bad idea. When you hear a gun fire and someone's dead, well, I mean, it depends, because maybe you're like, oh crap, someone's shooting, there's a gun, I should be ready to defend myself. But in an Ace Attorney game, never pick up a gun that you see, because you will be put on trial. It's kind of bothering me that the name of the text box is in a different font than the text in the text box. Like the text is in a serif, but the name is in a not serif. Whatever that word is. Is serif the right word? I don't know. It's got little doobly-doos on the end of things, whereas the name font is more blocky. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Oh, the guy hadn't even been shot yet when he picked it up. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryonosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestiges of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Yes! I mean, objection! He raises his hand! What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Go get dunked on. And a hydration check. A gulp. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. Alright. This is where the battle really begins, Ryonosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier... Which means what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but... It's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryonosuke. Don't let them beat you. Oh my gosh. The desk slam followed by the desk slap. That was so good. That was amazing. Wow. Ace Attorney is such great humor. Alright then. It's all or nothing. What the witnesses saw. Uh-huh. Alright, I don't need to read this out loud because it's the same as it was. Can I save? I can. It auto-saves, but, you know, might as well. Gah! Oh, I made my title TGAAC. Maybe I should just make it Gah. Sir, I'd like to present to you some information, that shows he was not shot in the back.
Yes!
Yes! You're supposed to say take that, sir. He keeps raising his hand. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination, thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir! I mean, yes! I love how he checks his hand. It's like, did I slam the desk right? Oh my god. I love this kid. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. Humph. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at a photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Yesanosa. Oh my gosh, his name is Yes No. Yes sir, no sir. Oh my god. Yes sir, what sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
Yes! But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah! Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Baby. Oh, get down. Wow, jeez. Gentle with the child. What? What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oof. Yeah. Yo, we got a medal. It looked like he was looking at it for a second. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just for that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he's pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
Yes, but I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed! The Hoy Era Kaban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place my bosom pocket in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasutai, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I preferred my Hoy treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative, and then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. I simply vanished. I keep missing the animations because I'm like too focused on the text. The Kaban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed, I did. But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoy treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? Nope. No! I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoikoban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. What do you mean? My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witness to testify again. He will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as curing glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Don't mind the baby. Excuse me, but there's someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. I screwed up his voice last night. I read. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. I don't know, sir. That's good. It would appear those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. I could do without the nose drip. Watch and learn, my boy. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was. That young lad in the back. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was. The Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographed print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Okay, but he's not in that picture either. He just took a picture of an empty table. That was the table that the soldier was eating at. He was eating the prime steak or whatever. Indeed, at the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
This doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Crime scene photograph. Bottle of carbonated water and steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table.
I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman.
The waiter before us said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well.
But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him.
It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule.
Stand tall, Ryonosuke. It's not over yet.
What?
If what you say is true, then there's something going on behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. Hey, I just realized my my defense attorney, or my would-be defense attorney, he brought a sword to court. Is that okay? That seems like it wouldn't be allowed.
I don't know, Kazuma. I don't know, Kazuma.
The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Tisk. Rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh.
Cross-examination, the true culprit. Okay, I don't know where to present this time. Although I will look at my evidence real quick. Alright. Proof I'm a university student. Shortly after 2 p.m. Single bullet fired across range, fatal hemorrhage. No exit wound. I'm surprised we didn't have to present that for him to be like, wait, but the bullet just went through him, now it's an exit wound. Or something. Photograph a victim. Oh, I guess that... Wait. The chair's blocking... Did it have bites taken out of it? There's the fork, though. Alright, the fork is basically touching the wood there. Oh, that steak is mostly eaten. Okay. Waiter's business card. Oh. That's also a thing. Because, like, okay, he was up against the wall. This one is... Although I guess it could be from the wall. Yeah, that one doesn't show the wall. Let's see, the boards are going up left. Okay, that's still correct. But that steak is clearly eaten. That's not the same. But I don't know what to present that on, so I'm just gonna press.
Yes!
No. It's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet.
I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it.
Have what?
Attention! Sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Grr. And let's not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korekuda-san? Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man. He was.
Yes!
Did you see me, though? Are you real?
Yes, and it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, it's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Watson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, bang. A gunshot rang in my ears. How full of events beyond our control life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament.
Oh, he's got a knife.
Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result.
Sir, we don't care about your coin.
Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Attention!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
Only there were more people dining there at the time. Then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect.
Certainly. 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hold a clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question.
Is that a reference to Dr. Hottie? That was his name, right? In An Apollo Justice?
19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So, the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Ryonosuke?
Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really.
Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's method to be submitted as evidence or not? Yes. There's no consequence to doing so. If I may, I'd like to ask for the medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request from the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Just... youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Is that real social commentary? Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. The victim's medical report card has been entered into the court record. What we need right now is new clues. Wow. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. Humph, you can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival. But it's the day after the festival already for you. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korakuda-san. Indeed. Oh.
Yes!
Yeah, we're gonna press that. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. Is this... Alright, this being the wrong photo is, like, reeks of setup. Like, everyone here knows that I'm innocent and they're just trying to get me. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. Or maybe not everyone, but someone fudged the evidence. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Well, they're being either bribed or threatened. Probably threatened, I'd say. They're like, I am very important. You don't want... I was never here. If I was here, terrible things could happen to your baby, Mr. Nosa. Something along those lines.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Oh, they won't look at me in the eye. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo. It's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But I... If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. I ain't got that. And if no such proof exists, prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that.
Excellent work, Ryonosuke. We've gleaned some new information now.
Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light.
I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before.
Oh, you mean this?
Oh, I never examined that, did I? I can't. Dang it. Yes, this brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail.
How exactly?
You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use R up, R left, R down. Okay. Oh! I can rotate it. So, can I do it to this one too? No. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using blah blah blah. Okay. Okay. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. He had a case of exploding heartitis that makes bullet wounds. It sounds like a gun. That's crazy.
Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use blah 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 and a...
Yeah, I get it. Okay, well, we'll just look at the front first. It says how to clinic on this medical report card.
I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries.
Aren't they all the same?
When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life.
Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Oh, it says what it is when I hover over it. I see. Required entry for visit. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine.
Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one.
Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So, you don't like doctors, then?
Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb.
You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Alright, let's open this sucker. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history? Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of a molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of a molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, He'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Though it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Oh, you poor naive child. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. You think so? The medical report card's information has been updated in the court record. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to this testimony again, don't you? Definitely! Which statement was it? Okay. Which statement would it be? Would it be this one?
Yes!
Should I press it? So you actually saw that? Victim dying alone? Alright, now we have evidence. Wait, which statement was it?
Yes!
Because he specifically was like, do you have any evidence? And now we do. Let's see proof, he says. And if no such proof exists, prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It's a blatant waste of this court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Tisk, ha 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 ha. I thought I was gonna ask. Well done, Ryunosuke. We have even more to go on now. I still don't feel like the situation has really changed, though. No discrepancies have come to light, and that's what we need. Oh, I think the situation has changed a great deal. We've come a long way. How so? Because we have just what we need. It's simply a case of using it to our advantage now. Then do you mean there is a discrepancy somewhere? But I have to find a direct contradiction with my evidence. The crucial point is the victim had been prohibited from consuming anything but water when he was shot. That fact has not yet been brought to the court's attention. He's right. Thinking about Dr. Wilson's circumstances at the time of the incident. Was that particular statement in a totally different light? Which statement? Always keep your eyes on the progress of the battle. That's the only sure way to win. Okay, one of them has to, like, mention food. I guess there was one that said dining by himself. Dining all by himself. Let's go.
Yes!
Like, his hand raise gets me every time. I love it. Well, I think, what are you withering lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I can see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. crack me up game. You know exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Korakuda-san, this is the medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my word so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt our court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. Grr, but that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card, has no bearing on the matter at all. For the simple reason that there is no one else. There's no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the crime. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? The outbursts have petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hoda Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating? Oh. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours. Post-procedure while anesthesia... 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... Korakuda-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Grr. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ugh. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense? You little upstart. These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food and at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Oh, the turns do table. The turns do indeed table. Wouldn't you agree, Ryonosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this news puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning the trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... me! An as of yet unknown third party! Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes.
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. Ugh. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push a ruling through at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma? Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. But perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you'll also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? In murder? No! Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. No one told me I couldn't lie in court. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Haha. Baby. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korakura-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. Grr. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean... you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? These witnesses gave false statements. Is this true, you pair? No. I didn't realize how old this game was. I think... apparently this game had, like, multi-witness testimonies before Phoenix Wright Cross Professor Layton. Because that game emphasized it a lot. And I thought it was original to that game, but apparently it was in this game first. Back when it was Japan exclusive on the 3DS. Just one simple slip of the tongue. I say that on accident all the time. Order, order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. He looks at his head so fast. Then who's behind this? Who tried to keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. All these witnesses, they're under my influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut? Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we missed. Also, I think I was wrong before when I was saying these were pictures of different tables. I mean, it still might be the case. It is very strange that this picture... Wait, no, they absolutely are different. Look how much of that steak is eaten. Like, the bottom cut out goes beyond half of the dish to the left. You would see the cut there. That's still a thing. I'm not wrong. That something is there. Maybe someone came and ate it after the fact. I don't know. We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... Wait, I thought I would get to look at my evidence first. I mean, I did say Yujin Mikotoba at the beginning. That's my intuition, but I don't actually have any evidence on him. But also, he's the only person here I can think of who would have any motive. Like, I don't know what his motive is, but he's the only person on this list who, like, has any relation at all to John H. Wilson. Like, this guy's just a waiter. He's a sergeant, but he's the one being manipulated. It's Yujin Mikotoba. I just wish I had evidence.
Yes!
There! What do you make of that? I think, Counsel, that you may want to close your ears as well as your eyes. Otherwise, Besides, the disappointment in the courtroom may very well deafen you. Ah. Oh, that was actually a strike. If you feel you must close your eyes in a crisis, might I suggest you keep your mouth shut next time, too? Otherwise, I may have to use the influence I have in this courtroom to shut it permanently. Ow, that was wrong! I don't know what it is about that prosecutor exactly. He really makes me wince in pain sometimes. I don't have a great deal of influence myself, but believe me, I can find other ways to make you keep your mouth shut as well. Alright, don't get angry. I'll think again. Huh, I really thought that it was him. There must be a clue somewhere with... Okay. My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as you may student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. It seems pretty easy to memorize, there's lots of zeros. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. Ah, the symbol of Yumei University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like the spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although it does cause problems, lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders, a sharp pin for a sharp mind or something? Ah, the symbol of... Oh, never mind. Okay. John H. Wilson, time of death. Cause of death. Okay. I don't know what I could possibly find under the magnifying glass. Button, 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 button. Wait, it didn't let me turn this before. I tried. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial... Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see that it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga? Well, yes, the business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I tried so many times earlier to turn around and it wouldn't let me. And then when it said to pick the person, it wouldn't let me look at my court record. I have no idea. Well, let's face it, police have a lot of power of influence if they're wielding it somehow here. Waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. Satoru Hosonaga. Actually, now that I think about it, there'll be some pieces of evidence I haven't thoroughly examined yet. I mean, that's the one I need. And what does the defense have to say about all this, Well, Your Excellency,
I have no time to think. I'm going to have to close my eyes and shout the name that comes to mind.
Satoru Hosonaga. Sir. It's so lame that you can't switch to your court record on this screen. Oh, well, now I know for the future to when it says think about it, don't wait for the selection screen. As soon as it says think about it, open your court record and start thinking about it.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Attention!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is... the man were truly a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? He did a real desk slam. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court's record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. Oh, shut up, Fun Karma. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? In order to assassinate someone? Of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? There would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. You know, I've been thinking... this is kind of unrelated, but... there have been so many twist villains throughout the Ace Attorney series. There's been the prosecutor did it. The witness did it, but I mean, that one's pretty common. The detective did it. But they've never had the twist of the judge did it. And if they did that, I think it would be pretty interesting. They wouldn't do it for the first case, but they always save the big twist for the final case. But will this be the judge who did it? Wah wah wah. I don't know. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. Bah. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Ahem. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped up in his chair. Beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say... remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if it was the Englishwoman? What if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of this relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect... well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! One possibility does spring to mind. This is a really long first case. Usually the first cases are really short. They're like an hour-ish. I know I'm making it longer by voice acting, but this is definitely longer than most first cases in Ace Attorney. What do you mean, Kazuma? This also seems to have bigger stakes than most first cases. Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on this matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Yeah, Judge. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Jezebel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Are they going to explain his bleeding? Court will adjourn briefly. Prosecution must call the English student Jezeline Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. To be continued. Right now it will. I'm gonna finish the first case today. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Oh gosh, something tells me we're at like the halfway point though. Although if I could do one case per stream, that would be good. 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, defendants, antechamber. Hold on, I'm gonna take a stretch break real quick here. No one's redeemed points for it, but I need a stretch break anyway. Ugh. Stretch them bones. I mean, I guess I'm just stretching my legs on screen, but oh. Sorry, I thought I saw a fly up there. I tried to eat it like a frog. Then I forgot I don't have a frog's tongue, so I lunged my whole body at it. It didn't work. The fly escaped. Might as well take a drink while I'm at it. All right. Let's get this back underway. This game's good. This is a good Ace Attorney game. Also, it looks really pretty. They did a really good job upscaling it from the 3DS. Excellent work, Ryonosuke. That was superb. Ryonosuke? Ryonosuke! That's what it... It's not Suke. Whenever it's Suke, it's always Ske. So it's... Ryonosuke. Alright. Ryonosuke. Ryunosuke. I mean, it's still 4 syllables, but... We can kind of make Ryu 1 syllable. Ryunosuke. I don't know. Whatever. It's easier. Hug. My heart was in my mouth for the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. It's a lot less scary when you're not the one on trial. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him. Like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene. Seems? Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down to pick it up, bang. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me in some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut up in the pantry, I had no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Oh, there you are. Well done, both of you. Hey! Sorry about that part where I shouted your name, when I was trying to find the culprit. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis in his life, then I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? Humph. So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? I was just remembering, Ace Attorney versus Professor Layton. It has this mechanic with the multi-character trials that I think this game won't have, where, like, characters react to each other's testimonies. So, like, you have to, like, catch them reacting to what someone says and press them on that. Maybe this game will have it. I don't know. If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. That gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. I don't know if I'd call the lengths extraordinary, but they did go to lengths. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Ah. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. She likes him. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal with a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot.
if I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Ryunosuke is the kind of guy who he fights harder when he's not just fighting for himself. Alright then. Alright then, I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. (22nd November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom 2. I wonder what's going on in Courtroom 1. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aoshi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. But you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan? Or of England? Or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you jumped-up wrecky boy. You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with its great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. One who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror... You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume, with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Chizelle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Oh. She got swan on her hat. Oh? Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussion takes place without tea. Is that true? Or is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Oh boy, we got a Delia up in here. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival. Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I did, didn't I? I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. She's probably a little more subdued at the time. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of deduction are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. She no speak Nihongo. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's faking, she's faking. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yume University Medical Faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. Alright, I think our first order of business is probably going to be to prove that she can speak Japanese. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Your English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. Gosh dang it. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, that animation's getting so annoying. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. What do you mean by that? Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. I mean, what did you expect her to say? Order, order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Or wait, did versus Professor Layton come out before the first Great Ace Attorney? Hang on, I'm gonna Google this. Well, this list doesn't even include the versus Professor Layton. Okay, Professor Layton came out in 2012, and the first Great Ace Attorney came out in 2015. Okay, so I had my facts reversed earlier. So Layton came out first.
Listen.
Oh. Kimchi Cat, thank you for the follow. But yeah, so I guess Verse Professor Layton did the multi-witness testimonies first, and then this game continued it. I was just thinking of that because I was thinking of these two standing next to each other, and about the fact that in like Dual Destinies, there are sometimes when witnesses like are on the stand at the same time, but they like crossfade into each other instead of standing next to each other, and it's kind of awkward, and it looks a lot better like this. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took... Ah! Jeez. The accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. C'est la vie, c'est la vous. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. It's weird to make English sound like a foreign language when I'm speaking English. So I end up doing like fake French or fake Italian instead. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Wait for the cross-examination, sir. Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine those words the court... whose words the court is going to believe. Look, he has black hair and his school uniform is black. What do you want from him? You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh, but he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. Look at her little smile. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm.
would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. That's... yeah. I was gonna say that.
Unless and until the precise location, oh god, where the witness is to have hidden the weapon can be shown, this is moot.
Please show us on the doll where she hid the gun. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Sorry, my voice for Hosonaga is really inconsistent, but I'm trying. Ah, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, then I could prove it. Wow. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun. I picked it up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. I like her hat. It's very extra. Don't you smirk at me. I know you hear us. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. She's gonna openly react to something we say in Japanese, and it's gonna expose her. Hang on, let me look at my evidence. Never mind, we don't have anything new.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right?
No.
Get dunked on.
Ugh. A decisive English no has quite the sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
Stop trying to butter her up. Harny old man. Good grief. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered myself only a beef steak.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he had just had a tooth removed at Hoda Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that this was you who ate the steak pictured here? Is that right, Miss Brett? You were cutting it with a butter knife instead of a steak knife? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left?
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic event. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend who has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? I wonder what her eyes look like. Is she gonna have like super evil eyes as soon as they get exposed? That's right. Other than some carbonated water.
Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. And they each raised a glass of carbonated water. Hello? I only see one glass here, fella. What about this one? It looks like there might be another bottle or glass off to the side. Oh, that's probably the vase. What do you think, Ryunosuke? About the witness's last statement. It's very meaningful! God, I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it. I love every time he checks his own table slam. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us. What is this profound bearing, hmm? Poor kid. Hold on. Hello, Furs. How's it going? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Humph. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. What? How is her mask closing eyes like that? What are you, Spider-Man? Gladly, she says. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right? I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Yeah, about that.
Yes!
That's it! That was good animation. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express himself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. But he's just gonna say, remember how I was, like, removing evidence of her being at the scene? Duh. But maybe we'll get something else out of him saying that. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? Minutiae, you say? All right, I'm gonna double check that word. Google.
Minutiae.
Minutiae. Small, precise, or trivial details of something. Huh. Minutiae. Interesting. Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not.
Oh.
I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Are you going to try and tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Oh. As la vie, as la va. C'est la vie, c'est la va. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all. She's saying? Good gracious. Sorry. Go man the side. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable young beautiful woman of mischief? Accuse her more than that. No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Oh. A handbag that possibly couldn't hold any other objects. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. But in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. She didn't give any reason at all, though. She just said, I did it. Oops. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Let's take a quick glance. I mean, not really anything to be gleaned from that. Uh-huh. Maybe there's evidence we'll get from another press. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's deeper significance here, it's... The handbag. Oh, okay. I thought it was just gonna be pursue or don't. But yeah, the handbag for sure. Wait! The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. I guess they don't have the ballistics to check that the gun wasn't fired recently. And they don't have a... what's it called? That one that they're always like, it's like the fingerprint of a gun. Of a bullet. They don't have that either, I don't think. You can't seriously be suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga! Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, one that was actually used to kill a professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? But you know what? There's another game, there's another Ace Attorney game that has a really long first trial. Spirit of Justice. That one first trial is really long too. The meaning of what, Professor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Yeah, me too, buddy. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. No comment. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. It's not a very useful handbag. It's so open, most things will just fall out of it. That's right. Apparently, mesh work bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. I mean, I have a backpack like that, but it's made of transparent plastic. Not of mesh. Very loose mesh. Exactly, so there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. I'm surprised she actually had her glass in there. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Oh, he did. Order, order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph of handbag. A photograph taken by Hosonaga-san after the incident occurred. It shows Miss Pratt's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. What do you got? I'll tell you. Gotta get something. Wait, but it's like, it's partially, it's mesh, but there's like a bag part on the other side that's not transparent. Look at it. Also, what's that? What is that? He's got a tattoo of a bull on his wrist. In Japan? I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court's record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. I don't know about that. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. What the heck? How dare you say that to me? You're wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. In fact, you can chew to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. Objection, objection, objection! It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Yes. Yeah! Wait, Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. That's a weird way to say it. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. Alright, well, while I still think that purse could have a pocket, because there's clearly a solid backing to it, I think it just looks like that just for simpler conveyance, and it's supposed to be maybe mesh on both sides. So I think the tattoo is what I'm supposed to point out. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. I've never wheezed in my life. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it.
Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
But what?
But be warned, hey, don't do that with your gavel. If I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So take another look at the photographic print Inspector Osanaga submitted before. You'll identify for the court where in the print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Give.
Yes!
Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist.
That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right.
Go on, Inspector.
The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it on his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. That's a tattoo. Why can't I make this text move faster? I don't know. I thought re-examining this might... I don't know. It's a doctor. It's medical records. If it was a burn, it would be in here. Okay, I'm sorry for checking. Let me leave. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless it's a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
Sophistas novus lefos. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff.
Nuh-uh, no you don't.
She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful, and not just dig myself into a hole.
Yes, you're right.
I am? If we could just link that burn to the case.
If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open. Prise? Is that different than pry? Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. I'm gonna look that up.
Prize.
Prise. Use force in order to move apart, or open. Wow. You learn new words every day. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence... Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. Alright, let's see what we got. And so, what we have learned applies to our lives today. Bup, bup, bup. Okay, we have to, like, find that mark on something else, right? Um... That's kind of like a bowl. I don't know. I don't know. I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Oh. Really? I had to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Look, I found the same... Male British. Cause of death, single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhaging. No exit wound, bullet did not pass through. Lime Flurry. Hey, you weren't banned from chat? What are you supposed to be? How's it going, Lime? Where? Like... Okay. Maybe it's a mention of a bull or something? Oh, right, I can't skip through these. Gosh dang it. Why is this text that I can't skip through? Okay. I don't, like, see the bull anywhere on here. Wait, what are these characters? Kitchen? Okay. Smash Stream, you banned a lot of people from chat, and I was worried. No, I just... I just banned the one guy because he was being a deliberate troll. And then the guy's friend, who is also kind of troll, but then I decided not to, but then he told me to anyway. So I did, because he was literally actually asking for it. I don't like to just ban people willy-nilly. They have to give me a reason. Supposed to show relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. There's nothing to show the woman's there exactly. It's not all. Or it says kitchen? What of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself? Don't you study harder, Ryunosuke? It's alright. Okay. Sorry. Like, the point of banning people is to make people in chat feel safe. I don't want people to feel like they're not safe because they'll get banned. I don't know. Smile the restaurant raises quite a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show that the relative position everything in the moments following the incident. There's nothing to show the woman. Gosh dang it. It's the same thing I just saw. Okay. I'm looking for a bowl. Mention of a bowl or a picture of a bowl. Wait, can I like rotate this in such a way that it'll... I don't... There it is, there it is, there it is! Oh my gosh. How did I not notice this earlier?
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Ricky. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have an unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how this plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? It's right here, bro.
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius. Is it actually a burn and not a tattoo? I would have sworn it was a tattoo. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. Could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other time, some other unrelated time. That would be most convenient for me. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim.
Thanks.
But why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense had just pointed out. It was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It is inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day... That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without hesitation, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Ouchie?
What, well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Because he got burned after he was dead. I almost don't believe it. Ionosuke, you don't think... Do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamed we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of that makes sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Don't you look at me like that. Knowing what we know now is the only possible explanation. When the beef steak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly he has no grasp on the facts.
So, my speculation right now is... who knows how he died, right? But his corpse was shot and brought there. And then she made a gun-like noise happen. Or maybe she just fired a blank. Yeah, that's my theory. I don't think she fired a blank, because that would still require having a gun on her, which she didn't want. But she made a gun-like noise happen. And who knows, maybe her swan hat makes a gun sound if you pull on his tail or something. This is just another ridiculous play by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency.
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Don't you Delia Hawthorne at me like that. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help.
Okay. You're just gonna drop it, huh? We don't have to force it out of you?
Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world.
Sure it is.
As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Ouch.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well... you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
I'd say they've been pretty interesting.
The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Lady, digging yourself a hole. I'm shocked. She has the gall. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court history. Thank you. You guys are really still trying to butter her up.
Easy does it. I hope that this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Shut up. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then?
Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination for now.
I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much.
I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear?
That's good. That's good animation. Yes, Your Excellency.
Then you may proceed with the cross-examination.
The victim's death. Unfortunately, oh, I don't need to reread that. I don't know what to present on. Although I could glance through real quick. No idea when his burnt his wrist. The way to write my mistake. Professor and I raised your glasses and her toes. As far as I've heard, postmortem report showed no other possible signs of death besides the gunshot.
Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Okay, it's not evidence against that.
Is there some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace?
Please do show me. Oh, she's asking for that, actually. I'm reminded of Apollo Justice when Emma, she's like, she says like poisoning is a common method for women to murder. Or something. Which ends up being a little bit of a red herring. Because I think it was a man that did it, but...
What? You really gonna be like... He couldn't have died any other way. Not that you people would know if he did.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? What?
Ah! Haha, what fun! You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Oh, come on! Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
What? That doesn't make sense. Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Bro.
Well, I can't. Anyway, when the waiter...
Okay.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Carbonated soda. Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember.
Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although,
Although?
whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Hmm.
Damn you.
I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of the other in the guard, it means bless you, sir.
I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway,
Yes!
yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us.
Says you.
And as there were no other significant signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must already have been dead by that point.
And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. The fact is, until you're able to show court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I'm waiting for it.
I concur. Professor Ouchie is right. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Yes!
You tell me, lady. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there's always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady.
And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt.
Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. Not flawless speaking, though. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dares cast such aspirations.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But I've pressed everything! But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably would pick up on it anyway. Okay, I haven't pressed this one yet.
Yes!
What do you mean? Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the land of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? You also do autopsies.
Quite right. Le Carnival is open for business as usual today. Just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even the investigation takes a different direction, evidence may be lost. We do. No. We do investigate on other witnesses' reactions. I want to. It won't let me right now, though. It has to explain the mechanic first. It doesn't even occur to your naive... Why is everyone spelled naive wrong? It has an I with 2 dots. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand.
I guess to her credit, she's speaking a foreign language, so she doesn't know how to be tactful. She just has to be direct. But also, she's being mean on purpose, I'm pretty sure. Haha, a killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right.
What do you think, Ryunosuke?
What do you think, Ryunosuke? Gosh dang it. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma.
What, Ryunosuke?
There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me.
Bothering you?
You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga.
The detective?
Yes, he seems to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. I inflected that really weird. Right, so we press it. Inferior? What do you mean? Okay.
Wait.
Okay, how do I do that?
How do I move over to him? Okay, I just proceed the text, I guess. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why?
That is one thing that's a little immersion breaking in the cross-examinations, that you canonically have the exact same conversation multiple times in a row. It's kind of weird.
Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. With this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts, all alone. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? Yeah, cue that pursuit music. I'm ready for it. Let's go. I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke.
It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with D-pad, pursue him with A. Alright, here we go!
Wait.
I'm literally trying. Okay. It wouldn't let me for some reason. Maybe because I was holding it down instead of tapping it? I don't know.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. What's the meaning of this? Me too, buddy. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. Really was lost in his thoughts, all alone, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault in her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved with the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. On the day our police force... Oh, she poisoned him at the restaurant. Okay, for some reason I was thinking that she had, like, dragged his corpse there somehow. She poisoned him with the water. And while we don't have the means of testing for poison, we can at least be like, hey, Miss Brett, take a sip. And she'll be like, no, I'll never do it. And then we'll say, take a sip or you're guilty. And she'll be like, oh, I guess I'm guilty then. Time for a breakdown scene. That's what's gonna happen. I think. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world.
The time is coming. I guarantee it.
It's funny that I was coughing a bunch at the beginning of the stream, but I stopped by the time this guy got here. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. The carbonated water has been entered into the court record. Miss Brett, can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about?
She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's questions, because she didn't drink it. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. Wait, let's at least get on the right statement first. Other ways to take a man's life, you say? I'm gonna examine it first. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I'm asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Jerk. Can't find anything out of place. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No! Sir, a couple things. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? Never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Okay, I got a BRB real quick. Idle meeting and such. Thanks for waiting. Anyway, we're gonna present this shiz in this Bizno's face.
Yes!
What is this? A bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we all know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? That's why she took her glass with her. Or no, she took his glass with her. And she left her full glass there. Yes. Order, order, order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only, there's a typo in the turning game. There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence? You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Yeah, get your agenda out of here. Ahem, if I may, I will silence you for... I'll silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on the lovely young... Shut up! It is you who should be silent. I should be giving her a British accent. What am I doing? Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not? Of course. You did? It's because she didn't put it in the bottle, she put it only in his glass. The glass that she put in her bag. Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Bro, you're going to jail and you're gonna get replaced by Herlock Sholmes. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the Chief Coroner himself. No! No! Ew! I'm very grateful to you all, Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, my dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit.
I'm done for.
The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no. I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point?
Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Maya! I mean, not Maya.
Please wait. Isn't that...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Susato is her name. Mikotoba.
In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. I don't know what furoshiki is. It's just a type of cloth, I guess. To be continued.
I want to finish this case today, though. I wanna. But YouTube gets real mad if my VODs are over 6 hours. What do you think, chat? Should I keep going? Should I stop? Are you real? I think... I'll keep going. (22nd November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Come on, I already forgot your name, Susato. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Ha! A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. Hey.
You've been sucking up to a woman all day.
The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency...
I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something?
Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research.
The Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh no, of course not. Special characters of Carrere and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Carrere? Carrare? What's that? Never heard that word before. It's a type of poison. Time's up. Prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful, thank you. Giselle's report has been... A report detailing unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time at Yumei University.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
Give me that. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Affects instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effect occurs when poison enters a body through a wound, such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as the result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Okay.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know.
Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That was like the whole point of her coming in. Were you not paying attention? That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency?
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat this as an order.
I said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is the new evidence that demands the court's attention? Boy, what could it be? This evidence that I do see. Can you help me present this mystery? Miss Giselle Brett.
We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yumei University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel?
A toxin known as curare. Curare. Curare? Curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? And never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curer before, for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Oh, so she did poison the whole bottle then. Okay. I was expecting us to, like, be pursuing the glass in our purse, but whatever. Correct, which means no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they'll never identify Curer. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? It is going to come down to forcing her to drink the bottle. Or forcing her to refuse to drink the bottle. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authorized by the visiting research student from England, Curer has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that if it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. Wait, did it say South America? I thought it said South Africa earlier. Can I not read? It claims that the animals shot by arrows laced with Curer suffer instant death. Wait, would you use something that poisonous to hunt for meat, though? That you poison your meat. Maybe there's a way to cook it out. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Objection! Trumpery!
Excuse me, trumpery. So many new words today. I think the localizers of this game, they went out of their way to use as many like outdated words as possible, which I really appreciate. I'm not being sarcastic. I appreciate that like dedication.
Trumpery.
Attractive articles of little value or use. Showy but worthless. Interesting. Yeah. The Google Dictionary lists it as archaic. I'm liking all these archaic words, actually, even if I have to look them up. Even if they're, you know, if their meaning is obvious based on the context they're used, I still like looking them up. It's fun.
Trumpery. These aspersions are utter trumpery.
I don't know aspersions either, but I don't feel like looking that one up. I'm guessing that's like assertion, and probably what assertion came from, but now it's aspersion. Or it was.
To start with, the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison. If he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector?
Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain.
According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Curer was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin entered the person's system, it causes instant paralysis. I love Naruhodo searching through the documents while Kazuma just recites it. In other words, the afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. Poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But a short time after, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
Rated T for teens, kids. That does remind me, the only Ace Attorney game that's rated M is Dual Destinies. And gosh, most of that game isn't, you know, it's about this, it's par for the course. In fact, you might call it a little more upbeat than most Ace Attorney games. But oh my gosh, there's exactly one reason, exactly one scene that it is rated M for. And it still makes me shudder sometimes if I think about it too hard. Oh, it's bad. Whew. It's rough stuff. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly cure poison. Yeah, I hear suffocating is one of the worst ways to die. So my victims tell me. What? That doesn't make sense. And you're suggesting that this bottle council, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Attention!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there are no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem, if I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever, but shut up! You think you're so clever, but you must be taught some manner. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady, I really appreciate the unique interjections. I love it when characters have those. Like Black Will's silence! It's really good. Silence. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the result as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Attention!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Oh, she's gonna chug it. She's gonna chug it and be like, see, no poison. And then we are gonna go back to having to pursue the wine glass or something. I keep changing my predictions, but that's because the situation keeps changing. You know, it's fair. Well, yes, I don't see, why not. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. This game is made in Japan, by the way. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtrooms antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end.
Cheers. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness. Whatever's the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean, is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Grr. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given.
This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she
poisoned the glass, not the bottle.
How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale?
Or maybe she built up an immunity to it somehow, since she works with it? I don't know.
I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
I forgot about her accent. Gosh dang it.
There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. You have all the clues now. That bottle of water.
Alright, do we go with she poisoned the glass, or that she has an immunity?
Why are the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder? It was on the victim's table. Poison made by the bark of certain trees. Hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Affects instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. I think minute is supposed to have two ends. Otherwise, it's just minute. Word of entry. The above mentioned effects occur when poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. So it's not poisonous swallowed? Has to enter the bloodstream directly. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have applications such as anesthetic or a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of... Okay. It's the entry thing. There is poison. The culprit did put curare poison into Wilson's carbonated water. Because he just got a tooth removed. His blood was exposed in his mouth. The defense refuses to change his position. You're serious? Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that the bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? need to think through all these things. All the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the courtroom somewhere. It has to be.
Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert his claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposed water unscathed?
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation.
No.
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel's trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? I think it's special characteristics. Yeah, special characteristics. Had to double check though.
We've been hearing a lot about this Curer poison. And it's left me curious about something.
Oh, counsel?
Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. To lace the heads of arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting?
So we've been led to believe, yes.
And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey that the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison.
I caught it earlier. I caught the hunting part earlier. I didn't quite come to the right conclusion, but
I was like, it can be cooked out, is what I said. But, nope, it can just be consumed. Just can't contact your bloodstream directly. Which still seems kind of dangerous. If you have, like, a cut in your mouth, then your food, your meat is now poisonous to you. I don't know.
Good gracious, counsel. No, that would be madness.
But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound.
Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense.
That means that I would die right now if I drank that water, because I have a cut on my tongue. Although it's not actively bleeding, so maybe not. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Curer enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
what?
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Curer's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... It's alive! Rapscallion! She has a live goose on her head. Or swan. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly...
Her mask got bigger. So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he can read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Carrera is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Sure. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Ah! That's right.
Good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
I mean, that's basic logic, but yes. You did throw a science word in there, though. Order. Order in the court. Order. The logic holds. The lady and the professor drink the same poison, they would be affected in the same way.
Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this Curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this welling up inside me? I never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Is it gonna do the Dual Destinies thing? Where it does like a crazy zoom and we have to answer a couple questions, but it makes it sound like we're solving the greatest mystery of all time. Let's do it. Yeah! Yeah, it's our first point! My finger point! I don't think so, Miss Giselle, Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? My mask has grown enormous. You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallow the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead.
Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that the poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curare?
Tell you why. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between those two diners.
A fatal difference?
The toxic effects of the Curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poison water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had...
One sec. Test. Okay, sorry. Mike did the thing.
If you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example.
Ah! Oh!
Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she... Breakdown? Breakdown? Laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so... puerile.
Google.
Pural.
Pural. Childishly silly and trivial. What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, I could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me.
Bruh. You literally just said, you can't test this for poison. It's gone. Like...
I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No!
What is it? What just happened? It's the English woman. She just smashed that bottle. And in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder.
Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of that water from the broken bottle as possible at once.
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
How could you? You won't get away with this.
You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not.
You...
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady.
That's right, and really looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
No, you killed the victim that day, using Curaire. He does still have a gun wound, doesn't he? And then in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? If I shot the professor's dead body, did I?
You have a living swan on your hat. You think we're gonna doubt you have a hidden gun somewhere?
Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene.
Ryunosuke,
Yes?
we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it.
What?
What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now... Did it actually get taken out of my evidence? No, it's still here. Any clues left for us to use now? They must be in your head.
In my head?
You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon.
Well, yes, it's true, but... I did manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head.
I mean, she probably didn't have the swan on her head at the time. She had a hidden gun instead. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. There was blood on the plate. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head? Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Nah. Yes, of course. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. I mean, the detective should be able to corroborate that there was blood on the plate of steak. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memory of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's killer must have been is... It's literally zoomed in on it. Come on.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Attention!
Wait a minute, where are you going with this? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photograph print with my own eyes that day. And I saw on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon?
Attention!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career on the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. They're gonna make the argument that he bled on it, though. Inspector. The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. It's the wrong plate. It's the wrong plate. It's the wrong plate. No blood. No blood anywhere. You didn't mark them differently from each other. But no. No, that's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. They're different steaks. That one didn't get eaten as much. I knew I was onto something when I was pointing that out earlier. It's right there on the table behind the professor where the blood on the side... There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. What the heck? Kisk, I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace up to the Empire. I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget about all of it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. The plate of steak has been entered the court record. The meal Miss Brett ordered for lunch was removed from the victim's table after the incident. It's the wrong steak, though. This plate I thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination. This is it now. I've lost. What? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark from the Hoi era, I believe. Oh, I knew that coin was going to come into play at some point. I don't think I said that out loud, but I still knew it. The hallmark is from the Hoi era, I believe. Gosh, this reminds me. I think back when I first played like Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, I was thinking how fun it would be to like let's play those games. Like I didn't think about streaming. I didn't think that was a possibility. I was under the impression that you had to have like crazy expensive software. I didn't realize that OBS was free. Streamlabs was free too, but like heck. Microphone. Mike. There we go. It's back. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoi Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today there's been talk about Hoi Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine. I've never heard of bouillon in the bouillon. I don't know how to pronounce those words. That's funny. I don't think you ever will again. Bouillon in the billion? I don't know. This is extraordinary, though. This means... This emblem on the side of the plate is
Is it a cat?
It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware.
So this is the symbol of the Carnival, is it?
Wait, let's see if there's anything else worth examining. Sir, this is the wrong steak. I could have told you that earlier, but you wouldn't listen to me.
Yonosuke.
It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel.
Hmm?
Never stop believing in yourself. Kazuma, you've given up at least twice. Don't sit there and pretend.
Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself.
I did. As the evidence requested by the defense has not shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objections?
That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all?
There's another clue!
A clue! Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal this shocking truth.
Attention!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Hey, beef steak's good.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency.
Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. More precisely on this beefsteak is the new clue to be found. It's under there.
Huh? What in the world is this?
Alright, I guess our previous examination was non-canon.
I think it's a Koban coin. And a hallmark from the Hoi era, I believe. No, I mean, what is it? I mean, what's it doing here? Wait, did you say it was a Hoi Koban? It's a Meowth coin. Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoi Koban. Alright. This means... yes? Oh. I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. That's from the Hoi area, too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in juices as well, look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. Coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. To press X to present it, not A to examine. Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth?
A Hoi era one at that.
Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Attention!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat.
I could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoi Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoi Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essentially that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban coin we found underneath the beef steak is? Alright, this little section has been very roundabout. It's pretty obvious from the word go. Obviously can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Kuryo Korikuda-san. As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese are quite unfathomable. I mean, it's a little tough for an English speaker. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. See, I feel like this is something that I would have a harder time figuring out if I didn't do the whole case in one sitting. I probably would have forgotten about him looking for his coin. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoyara Koban, my prized coin. And this Hoyara Koban, do you mean to tell me?
Attention!
No. Please, why would Korikuda-san's Koban... We're going so far out of our way just to say it's the wrong steak. Get the other one, sir. Why didn't he just get both of them? Be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate. It makes no sense. Like, if they brought both, and they were like, we can't prove that that's... that one... That was his... that was her steak. It could have been the other steak. And then we have to say... oh, well, one has a coin underneath, so... Gosh dang it. Be sandwiched between the victim's steak and its plate. It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korikuda-san back to the witness stand, so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay, why are both of them testifying? Are their models attached at the hip? Can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's the key element in the case. Really? Am I going about it wrong? Is it actually the correct steak? What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ado? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. We're gonna show him the coin and he's gonna really change his tune. Be that as it may, Korokata-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever... What? That's... Yes, that's it. The very exact same one that is... The resplendent, splendiferous hoy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day.
It can't be.
As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this Koban before?
As I thought. Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere.
We found the coin sandwich between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it in there on purpose. Somebody concealed my hoard treasure between the slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? Alright. I've been watching some videos as of late about someone's playthrough of Miles Edgeworth Ace Attorney Investigations 2. And they're really down on it. They really make fun of it, even though that game tells such an excellent story, from my opinion. They get really down on it so much, and I'm kind of getting it. I kind of get what they mean. Sometimes you know what the answer is, and the characters just, like, won't go to it. They just won't. It's so roundabout. Why? So, I understand how you can get a little frustrated, and it can lower your opinion of the game. That's all I need to say. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flesh out the criminal. Gosh, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry right now. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. It's been almost 6 hours since I ate. I'm hungry. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurikata-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Kurikata-san's Koban and hid it under the steak? Who could it be? This scoundrel that I can see. Can you help me guess this mystery? Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Yesanosa. What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido! Ido's the master behind all this. Buddy. Buddy, pick a better scapegoat. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son? An innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Clippity cloppity clippity cloppity clippity cloppity clippity clop clippity clop. Yeah. Bro, you're gonna drop your baby on the ground. It's cute. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. He's got a Wario mustache now. Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays to those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard that it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. And that's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go in there and do reconnaissance for Attorney. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. Yeah, I was thinking that the cuts on the steak were a little rounded. You wouldn't do that if you're using a knife. Those look like bite marks. And your target that day was the old man and his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin in my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with your absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett. Of course, dear lady. Of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Stop doing that. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. Wah. And as for picking up your stick and biting into it without using a knife and a fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questioning concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you're free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words got me thinking. What'd she say? And good day? I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. Jarred with me? Instead of jarred me? Strange. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. You gotta do your first objection, Ryunosuke.
Hold it!
Or hold it. Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like to see you explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, the parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your stick and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words are truly contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it?
Take that!
Oh, that was a mistake. Oh, but it was it was correct though? I meant to examine it, but okay. I was gonna pour through everything. Whatever, correct misclicks are fine. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. That's what we have to go this far to explain that it's the wrong plate of steak. Oh. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. There's a refined English gentlewoman. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. Yeah, them's are bites. Them's are bite marks. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. But those lines are curved too. I still think this is a picture of the wrong table. Ah! Oh. Ah! It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, couldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said,
I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to...
I've had enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic.
Of course. Dear lady...
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers?
Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications of these teeth marks in the stake have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this?
Well, I don't know. It was crazy.
Yes, now at last it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared.
Is there...
Okay, it's still... I feel like it would show up at least a little bit in black and white, but you know. But maybe it was on the part behind the chair. Not caught on the camera. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day.
I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us?
Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Is he going somewhere other than where I think he is?
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You would know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the courts long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Okay, he is going where I think he is. Why is he so roundabout?
Just... God. I've had this question solved for like the last 40 minutes.
Has it been what?
The instant that steak showed up, I knew it was the wrong one. But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. This is absurd. This trial has run several hours already, you're telling me.
And you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? It can't be. I don't believe you have it.
I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case.
Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair?
Take that!
The answer's obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks.
Yes?
Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korakuda-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak.
You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer.
Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak?
Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal while to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. She swapped the plates. He did label the plates, but she swapped them. Because there's a gun hidden under the other steak. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over? You did switch the plates. Oh, so he did it, not her. Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. When the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you, so yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir.
All you did, that's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
Alright, I guess it makes sense that we had to prove this if the plates were switched. I was gonna be mad because it's just like, Detective, you brought us the wrong plate. You're stupid. So if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Early in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve the evidence, you had taken both. Ah! That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out this time, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promised to prove such a problem for you, no?
Humph, you're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Tisk thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe that the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspection Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Did she hide something under her own steak? Because I noticed that hers was, like, barely eaten. Sorry for keeping you. Yeah, there's that blood. Here's the other steak on its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. By the way, this music is awesome. The blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he's facing the table with his back to me. She's gonna say, "It's ketchup." And they're gonna say, "What's ketchup?" And she's gonna say, "Don't." In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Oh, her swan is dead. Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no! Oh, it's freaking out! Show us your eyes, madam. Oh, it's birthing babies. Babies are coming all over the place. There's a black one. Ah! What? What? You get... What? Madam? There are chicks everywhere now. It would be really funny if the chicks were just in the courtroom for the whole rest of the game. Oh my gosh. So, about that whole ascension thing you just did. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life during using Curer. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because Curer is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I'd ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose? Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. And Michiri was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happen to know that the professor will always carry a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curare in my handbag. And my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Under your skirt? That's impossible.
So I was right, there were 2 guns.
Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang.
That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead.
Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. But why'd you do it? Why'd you kill your professor, lady?
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency,
Yes?
I wonder, might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
We never saw her eyes! What the heck? It would seem this trial has finally run its course. It only took 6 hours. I presume the prosecution is in agreement?
This can't be. Takatsuchi Ouchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student.
You better start getting used to tough opposition.
Arg! Yunosuke Naruhodo! My descendant will someday face your defendant in court. And he'll lose it too. It'll be unfortunate. But I vow it'll happen.
What? Yes?
This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten.
You become conceited with age, Counsel. But the old have had to stand aside and make way for the new. It is the way of the world. May you never forget that. What? How'd he do that from across the room? A thousand millennia may pass, and still, the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Wait, is Pain's name in Japanese actually Ouchi? Gaspin Pain and Winston Pain? Is it actually Ouchi? This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that the science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you.
I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind.
As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty!
Oh, instead of confetti, it's sakura petals. That's nice.
This court is now adjourned.
We're gonna be like just over 6 hours for the VOD. That's annoying. 22nd November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. I say that trial was mostly really good, except for the... What's this coin under here? Let's spend 40 minutes figuring it out. Like... Come on. I'm not saying that the plot point didn't need to be there. I'm saying it could have been way the heck faster. Ryunosuke. You finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off.
I knew it was her.
Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Our trustworthy judicial assistant. We worked hard for that result, too, you know? Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. The kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to university and investigate.
Your father?
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Suzato Mikotaba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotaba... there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Hi, sorry again about accusing you at that one point.
Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Professor Mikotaba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain.
Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you work together? I've never heard of you mention that before.
Well, it has been a long time now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture.
Oh, so this is Industrial Revolution time. Probably.
And of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot.
You know, there's another place that I believe is famous for being a cultural melting pot, and it ain't Britain. It's close, though. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own 2 eyes. I don't think they'll let you bring it to court in Britain, though. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? Giselle Britt, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder.
Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but...
What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all.
She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai.
What? Shanghai?
Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that.
What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today, very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? Well then who? Who's going to bring her to justice?
A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard.
Why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed a friendship of treaty. Treaty of friendship. Friendship treaty.
Yes, in normal circumstances you'd be right.
Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan.
I'm afraid that, for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her.
Then, why did she even bother trying to frame someone? I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously.
Well, it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century.
Okay, so early 1900s. I have confirmed it.
One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves.
Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it.
Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest Le Carnival? As a head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a Detective Hosonaga-san, aren't you? So is his sickness gonna be revealed like in a later trial then? Seems like he might be a recurring character. Let's don't worry about details for now. To the Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, Le Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So, Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? Just want to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during the trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious! If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. You have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. How you could accuse me is a mystery. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I just did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? It's trust in your client. No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe in what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm a human just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. I mean, it's real easy when you're defending yourself, but okay. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, because you never stopped believing in me. And because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I wanted to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah! You're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Let us away. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. Death flag, death flag, death flag. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget, death flag. Ah yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Suzato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. You'd be screwed if he didn't store that evidence. He also took the pictures, which were pretty significant. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Isn't realize spelled with a Z, not an S? And yay! We got through the first case. I don't know how many cases there are. I don't know if there's 4 or 5. Alright. Hey, thanks so much for watching. Thanks for sticking through it. If you're watching the YouTube VOD, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you leave a nice little comment. Or a generic comment. Just don't leave a mean comment, okay? It hurts my feelings. Oh man, can I say... Will anyone be offended if I say... Alright, so that bit was about the coin under the stake. That took too long to get through. I can't sleep. Can we get 3 gifted? I don't think that'll happen. So that part with the coin took a little bit to get through. But aside from that, man, it feels good to read a visual novel with actual good pacing. Looking at you, Doki Doki Blue Skies. Looking at you, Fatamaru. Oh my god. You've been going around trying. I don't know how many people are watching, James, but thanks. Thanks for trying. Alright, well, as usual, well, actually, let's see. Stick around for loading slate for the raid. Again, thanks so much for watching. Until next time, my peeps, I'm back to regular schedule. I'll see you on Friday for some Metal Gear Solid. I thought you were about to say, man, it feels good to be a gangster. Man, it feels good to be a gangster. No. Ace Attorney games have good pacing, like 95% of the time, and it feels nice, because Doki Doki Blue Skies absolutely didn't, and as remiss as I am to say it, Fatamaru had pretty bad pacing too. Anyway, until next time, my peeps, fare it out.